Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I mentioned that the next stream would be a second photo editing stream because after the first stream, I just didn't know when, but the thing taking care of get all the photos finished up on Saturday, and then I have to post them on Sunday, so I decided to make the second photo editing stream of the year today. Yeah, the first time ever that it's back-to-back photo editing stream. So yeah, yeah, but it just happened to work out that way. So yeah, we'll be editing the Lilac Festival photos I got a couple of weeks ago. Like today, where it's raining and cold. Today it's or yeah, today it's raining and cold. Uh, I went to Lilac Festival. It was hot. It was like 28 Celsius, and yeah, there was no snow, or not no snow, but no smoke, I should say. It was hot, 28 Celsius. There was no rain, no smoke and all that. I was able to go, but it had taken me an hour to find parking. So yeah, and then once I found parking, I walked like 10, 15 minutes, and I got there. And the Lilac Festival, it takes up 14 blocks of a downtown Calgary street. Plus, there's three other blocks of another street that it takes up. Excuse me. So yeah, it's definitely a big festival. This one, uh, over 30 years old, I believe, the Lilac Festival. So hey, yeah, or I think the Light Festival is almost 40 years old, but anyway, it's a big one, and there's lots of people who go to the Lilac Festival. Yeah, it's faster to walk on the sidewalk than the street. When you're walking on the street, um, yeah, you're bumping into people a lot, so yeah, I couldn't get too many vendor photos because of that. It was faster to walk on the sidewalk, but because most of the vendors are facing the street, it's not really a good idea to take pictures while on the sidewalk. But um, I couldn't get too many vendor photos just because of the number of people, and if I ever and just because it's so easy to bump into people. Uh, but I got what I could, and there was enough for the stream today. Now there will be more use of Affinity Photo today compared to Friday. And there will be a lot more use of Photo Lab because of the chromatic aberration, but still be using some Photo Raw. And again, just like I mentioned on Friday, full disclosure, I do have brand partnerships with On1 and DxO, as you can see by the logos here and here. Um, yeah, if Nightbot posts any links to the On1 website and the DxO website. If you buy anything, I will get commission for those sales, and also if you use my promo code for On1, I'll get a commission from the promo code, and then also if you go into the panels and click the links in the panels, and then buy something, and in the case of On1, you use my promo code. Uh, I will get a commission there. So just full disclosure about the brand partnerships. Okay, so with that said, I'll get the editing started, and yeah, I'll start off with Odd One because like I quickly I just checked over these photos before stream started to see which ones have chromatic aberration and which ones don't, and yeah, I know this one doesn't have chromatic aberration, and this was actually right at the top of the this of 4th Street Southwest in Calgary. Well, at the top of like at the top where the festival is held, and as you can see, it's a sax player, um, and I think there were just some bleacher seats, like maybe two rows of bleacher seats in front of them. Uh, so yeah, and yeah, he had his sax case and some other stuff down here. Yeah, and he had a sax case set up down here. Actually, I had taken two sets of photos. One with this kind of an angle, and then one with his head a little closer to the top. And I liked the one with this angle a lot better compared to one with his head closer to the top, because the sax case, as it turns out, proved to be more distracting. Yeah, so when you're out at yeah, when you're out at events and you're taking pictures of street performers, sometimes you'll have to take two, maybe three sets of photos, and then after you come home and you're looking over the photos, you have to just go over all the sets of photos to see which ones you like better, and decide which ones are better for maybe sharing and especially editing, and which ones turned out better. And I found that this turned out better because the sax case was more distracting, and as you can see, there were some other things that were there that got in the way, and I just felt that, yeah, it wasn't. Um, I was wondering what was going on, and I just felt that that was too distracting, and this was the best photo. But yeah, as you can see, the sax player was playing in. Because I was using my 17 to 50 lens. Definitely, because as I have mentioned, the chromatic aberration is far more common that 17 to 50 lens than with the 70 to 300 lens. Um, you have to check for chromatic aberration before you start editing, and here there isn't any. So, it was a pretty bright day. Hold on. Excuse me. Yeah, it was a pretty bright day, so yeah, maybe we should turn down that exposure. Don't really need too much contrast. The highlights, the midtones, shadows a little bit. That down. That down. And we'll recover the highlight hue here. Okay, and then... Oh wait, yeah, structure and haze. I better have some water here. Alright, so we'll do the daylight white balance. Yeah, we forgot about... Yeah, you don't really need too much structure, and haze removal, do like that. Then, okay, so we don't have to saturate it too much. We don't have to add too much vibrance. Um, and I think that's all we need to do. And that one. And now we'll export it there. Okay, now with the next one. Okay. And there he is. Maybe taking a breath. I don't know, because I don't know if he's taking a breath or not. I will sort of edit this one and on that exposure a bit, contrast a bit, turn on the highlights, turn up those midtones, turn up the shadows, on the whites, because here's what happens when the whites turned up. You end up overexposing all the whites, and see there's a lot of he's wearing a white cap. There's the white side, and you see all that white, all these things colored white in here. Down the blacks. Not too much structure. That much there. Uh, the light white balance there. Not too much saturation. Much vibrance. And also at this event there were a lot of vendors there. I think it was the count was over 600, and there were even some who came to Calgary from out of town for the Lilac Festival. Yeah, so just because of the number of vendors, yeah, there was no way I was gonna be able to get pictures of all the vendors there. So yeah, I was very selective when it came down to um, what I took the pictures of because there were just and then like I said, I kept bumping into people trying to get the pictures. You know what, that might be better in Photo Lab. We'll go in here. For yeah, definitely there's chromatic aberration, as you can tell there. And here's your first look at the new version of DxO, um, the new version of DxO Photolab. The one that's on my MacBook is which one? Um, Photolab 3. This is Photolab 6, so this is the most recent version of DxO Photolab here. Um, and because of my brand partnership with um, uh, DxO, I'm also able to I got the new version of Viewpoint. So the new, yeah, so I don't, I'm not, I didn't quite do any research as to what the new things in Viewpoint 4 are, but what I know is since Viewpoint 3 they had this miniature effect you can put in, and with Film Pack you can add all these other things here, like add a filter, add grain, there's a channel mixer here. Do creative vignetting. Creative vignetting. You can add a blur if you want. Do a frame, texture, and a light leak there. Okay. So this one has exposure compensation. Yeah, we want smart lighting. That. Oh, okay. So, uh, okay. So this is a little different, as you can tell. As you can see, it looks a lot different compared to Photo 3 because everything was all in grouped in one. Uh, yeah, well, I should say everything was all in one panel here, and it wasn't separated into various panels. Um, want that? I do that? Yeah, we wanted to do like that style. Oh, okay, so you can add other types of stuff. Oh, okay. But we don't want the toning. Yeah, let's do some denoising, just in case. HSL we don't need. To see. What? Hold on. Well, zeros usually works. For some reason it didn't here. Two. Well, zero works, so I'm surprised it didn't. Oh, okay, so that's what. Or control zero. this time around. Weird. I'm gonna assume. Oh, Control Zero works, so that's why I'm just checking to see the shortcuts. Okay. Um, oh, so that's how you do the rating. Oh, oh, okay. So Control Zero is rating. Oh, okay. So it doesn't quite. I wonder it didn't work. All right. Let's see. Zoom out. Zoom Yeah, it's a little different here on Windows, it looks like. Yeah, because Control Zero is for rating. Okay. To test this out. Oh, okay, so it's F3 in here on Windows. Okay, now I see. Now I see. Check again to see. Okay, yeah, so it's F3, so it's not Control Zero. F3, okay. I don't think we'll need DxO viewpoint stuff. So that. Prop, no. That. Okay, so these are the basic edits. Oh, the basic tools. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Distortion. The reshape. It's more definitely will want. Uh, we'll need perspective editing. Um, oh, hold on. Wait. Let's see. Check to see what little DxO optics modules I have. It's first time really using this software, so I have to find out where the dramatic aberration tools are. Okay, so it's okay. Palettes. see. Oh, there it is. Chromatic aberration. That's what we want. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Okay, let's just see. Moves it. Yeah, there it is. Yep, you can see it's removed the chromatic aberration there. Yep, so, all right. We'll see if we can more of it. Oh, I didn't check a box. That explains everything. Hold on. Okay. Well, let me just reset this whole thing. So, okay. Oh, .nef. Huh. Want that. Get the purple fringing. Why it didn't work? Hmm. Weird. Better in Photo Lab. Was that? Auto. Okay. R. And my lateral operation. We were able to select that. Oh. It works better than this. This is kind of surprising. Furthermore, let's see what happens. Okay, so... Oh, alright, so I guess... Wasn't any lateral chromatic aberration? Maybe? I don't know. Let's check. Okay. Did it get rid of the more? Okay, there's a... Trimming? Oh, okay, I guess it did get rid of it. Let's check in here. I guess it did get rid of it, and I guess there was no lateral chromatic aberration in there. I'm checking. Hold on, let's see. Oh yeah, I guess it's... Hold on, we may... Hmm... Let me just see something. Let me see something in here. Go with lens correction here. Excuse me. Oh, okay, so in the new version of On 1, they no longer have, what is it, the separate... They no longer have the separate green and, purple. They did. So they no longer have the separate green and purple. They no longer have the separate green and purple color fringe things there. It's just one for strength. Yeah. Well, we can zoom in more. This to see what the difference is. Let's see what the difference is here. Okay, that we know is bad. That, well, shows a bit. Yeah. Okay, so I guess that one. Yeah, I guess this is the better one then. It still removes it a lot better compared to. Still removes it a lot better compared to. Still removes a lot better compared to being. Don't need that. Don't need that. That or yeah. Oh, retouch. Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't need. Well, maybe I'll show you, show all of you all of that. There's the daylight. For the white balance. Here we'll definitely have to increase the exposure a little bit. See what happens when we turn up the highlights. Want to turn that down. Midtones. Shadows. Blacks a bit. Contrast. Okay, so. Oh! It looks like they added some stuff in DxO Photolab since DxO Photolab 3, which, as you know, is on my MacBook. Yes, they have various types of contrast you can add. So there's the regular contrast. The micro contrast you already be used to seeing it in the other DxO Photolab. That's what it does. We don't have to add too much, just a little bit, and then what does a fine contrast do? Hmm. I don't know what fine contrast does, but a little bit. Lights. Ah, so just increase basically so much contrast, so we don't really have to do too much there. Very little. Very too much. That we know what it does. And don't have to add too much of that. Add too much of that. Surprised I didn't notice any lateral chromatic aberration. The light shows, I don't know. That's very surprising there. Well, let me just check something in here. Oh, oh. What better here? I'm not sure. Color fringe, really sure is like that much better in here, I guess. so it's not really that much better getting the not control zero in this one, but as you can see, that's yeah, what it looks like. Let me show you viewpoint stuff, but I want to show filter. There's really nothing here that we can show you in film pack. um, don't really, don't really have to go into Nick collection really. Yeah, the polarization. Maybe a sunlight filter will work. Oh, okay. Wonder- Okay, there we go. Now we can. I don't know what. I guess that control zero also affected that. Alright, so we'll go and show you Nick collection. As you can see, it's pretty much the same. Um, as you can see, it's pretty much the same as how it is in Photolab 3. And now it's going to Color Effects Pro, as you can see. Um, uh, that, oh. Oh, I was wondering what was going on. Okay, okay, okay. Then, um, what we can do is we'll a sunlight filter here. Uh, have it that strong. We don't have to have it that. Uh, as you can see, it's like yes. We'll turn down that brightness a bit, and uh, all right. So don't have to have so much contrast there. See, that's what absolutes all the way up. And we'll do that. We'll just apply that. We don't have to have anything else. And um, this is the edited one, and you can see the difference. One just has the sunlight in there. This one is just the regular one. I guess we can do the one with the sunlight. Oh, and export it to the disk. On full. Some folder here. So we can export that. As you can see, it's a little bit faster there. Alright, so now we can go to the next one. Actually, you know what, because... Oh, okay, so that picture I didn't take two sets of... It was this one I took two sets with. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, the other one I take... So, alright, alright, alright. So I got it wrong. The sax player, I only got the one set, then moved on. It was this guy who I took two sets of pictures with. It's me. One load. Okay, one as you can see is guitar case is showing. The other one, his guitar case wasn't showing, and I felt that this one was better because yeah, then he was too far down. Whereas this, it's still a little better, and it's not as distracting as the other one would have been. Okay, so yeah, I got it wrong. I apologize. I had gotten it wrong earlier on when I talked about the first set of pictures that I had taken. Um, yeah, the first set of pictures I had taken. Let's go back with the sax player here. Um, uh, the sax player here. I had taken only one set of pictures, and then I moved on. And I'd taken a picture of that fitness group, that fitness vendor there. This one was the one I had taken two sets of pictures of, and one of them had, the first set had it showing all the way, and his guitar case wasn't showing. The second one, yeah, one of them, as you can see, has his head as I'm showing all the way, and his guitar case is showing. The other one, I took out the guitar case. I looked at the one with the guitar case. Without, I felt that the guitar case one was a lot better than the other one because the other one didn't work out. The other set didn't work out so well. So this one is a lot better. Yeah, this is the one that was the good one. Zoom in. Okay, yeah. Excuse me. So, let me just go back for a second. This one just to make sure. There's no dust spots and make sure there's no dust spots in here before we move on. Doesn't look like there are any. Oh, yes there are. So I'll be able to, yeah, before move on, I'll show you. This is the new version of Infinity Photo. I didn't really show you much. Didn't really show you much of Infinity Photo 2 on Friday, uh, but I'll be able to show it to you today. Hold on. There, I saw it there. Oh, the dust spot around somewhere. Oh, there. Okay, right there. Let's see if I can. Oh, okay. So there it is. Okay, so um, there. Then we want that one, and you can see this type of thing works very similarly to what is it? Affinity Photo 1. Oh, okay, and there are any others? Hmm. Let's check how it looks. Okay, so there wasn't much we could do there. Um, really, just the lateral chromatic aberration there. Um, let's Let me just check something. That's right. Alright, so yeah, check something here. See. Oh. Hmm. What advanced looks like. That didn't do anything. And check something. I'm just checking something here. Oh. Um. Why that lateral one wasn't. Well, let me see. What I can do in here. Uh. Weird that there was no. Here, deep fringe maybe. Um. Oh, okay. There we go. So that's what we have to do. This. Oh yeah. Here's want. But first, check to make sure it doesn't affect anything else. Because yeah, to do the defringing here. Look like it'll affect anything else, but we have to make sure of that. And this is something that definitely or this is definitely a tool that can come in handy for you when using Affinity Photo. Right, and I think there's any other there's definitely no other dust spots that have to be removed here. See? We'll have to do some defringing here. And as you can see, that's how you do it. I selected, what was it, filters, colors, and then there's the defringe tool. And you have to try and defringe. You have to find the right color to be defringed. You're trying to find a green fringe. Yeah, it looks like that's the one. That's the green color that we want to get rid of. But sometimes you have to make sure that it's not affecting other things in the picture. And brightness. Looks like it'll be fine. Check to make sure. So, well, let me just check to make sure that we're properly. Let me just see here. For some reason I didn't detect the lateral one, which is kind of weird. Let's see. Oh, weird that I didn't. Hold on, let's see. Because this is something that I didn't anticipate happening. Strength. Okay. For some reason I didn't get rid of the lateral one, and that is far more visible. Oh. It's oh, okay, so that's why it wasn't obvious on the outside. Okay, I see why it wasn't so obvious on the outside there. So that's why. Got rid of all that, as you can see, but it didn't get rid of all of it. So yeah, that's why we're doing the extra correction in Infinity Photo, and you're seeing how it works. Hold on, let me just check to make sure I got rid of that noir. Yeah, I did. Rid of the noir. Oh, okay. So, alright, so anyway, this is how you get rid of the... Just, I was wondering, well, get rid of the lateral one. Ooh, yeah, we don't want to... Alright. Yeah, so that's so you can see how the difference then works in Affinity Photo here. That difference filter. Yeah, so that's how the difference filter works in Affinity Photo. As you can see, it's a lot better. There might, well, let's see if we can get rid of the last of the fringe. So that's how it works, and then you do one more, and then that. Hold on, let's see. It's not gonna work. Okay. Anyway, we tried getting rid of that. As you can see, it looks a lot better, the fringing. Um, let's see. Let's see. And this is, and as you can see, this is how before it gotten DxO Photo Lab, it had taken so long just to edit each of these photos. Um, looks like the fringing is a lot better now. So, and I think we will take a half hour per photo because of the fringing. That's before DxO Photo Lab. Whereas now, as you can see, it definitely doesn't take as long. Excuse me, as long. But still had to do some defringe because for some reason it didn't catch all the center fringing. Uh, counted as. Mm, yeah, we don't really have to do any other. So we'll export that. Where's a JPEG? We want that, so we'll export it and then here and there. Alright. And go to the photo library first. Get rid of this one. This one. Oh, there it is. Remove. Go back. And now we can get to editing this photo here. Don't really have to do any lens correction, but do that. And we'll do the tone and the color. Yeah, we'll lower the filter a bit, but we will go into Nick collection to add some extra sunlight here. Because with an event, yeah, you want to try and, especially if it's an outdoor event, you do want to try and get the amount of sunlight in there. Okay, so we'll do that. And then we'll structure the haze. And in the daylight there it was. That. That, and then right in, okay. yeah, color effects. I wanted it like this. Alright, so all we need to do is to have the sunlight filter here. Don't need it to be too intense. Oh, on that brightness. Don't need it to be so heavily contrasted. Don't need it to be so heavily saturated. We can just a bit. A little bit more. You turn down that saturation. Apply. Well, yeah, it's a little different as you can see compared to before because yeah, you can't export it from within the collection. It looks like you have to send it there from your um, external application, and then you export it from within that external application there. Export that. And then we'll and as you can see just another quick photo, or not another quick photo, but another photo. Like basically, it was just like what I did during the um, kayak competition, where I had it in continuous shooting mode, continuous high, and had it in shutter priority mode, and then and made sure it was AFC uh, because it was continuous. Don't have to have too much contrast there. Midtones here. Um, Whites. Turn down the blacks and structured there. That's a good amount. The haze a little bit. Daylight. That will the vibrance. That. And then yes, we'll definitely send it into Color Effects Pro just so we can add that sunlight filter. Now there is one in here. Actually, you know what? Let me just show it to you right now. I like the one in Color Effects Pro, I should say, better than here. Show you what the sunlight filter looks like here. Oh, it's a sunshine filter. The name of it here. And yeah, as you can see, and not as good as, not really that great compared to the one in Color Effects Pro. So that's why I sent it. That's why I always send it into Color Effects Pro because I like how it works in Color Effects Pro compared to here in on one photo raw. Right, and gotta put in the sunlight filter. Yeah, you don't have to have it that strong, that bright. Contrast. Big thing is the saturation. Um, like that. Okay, so we'll apply that. Then we'll export it. And I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the stream, but just like Friday's stream, like there's actually, well, just like Friday's stream, I'll get through as many as I can. There's actually a lot fewer pictures that I got at the Lilac Festival compared to the kayak competition, but I don't know if I'll get through all of them today. So just like Lilac Festival, I'll just close that. I don't want to save those changes. Um, and so it's selecting that lateral chromatic aberration. A little weird. Where's where's the information? Oh, and it is at something millimeters. Yeah, it's chromatic out. I guess because there wasn't any. I'll just. It's weird because there was. Huh. Interesting. Oh, okay, so that worked. Oh, weird. Anyway, looking more is what worked there. Um, yeah. And this is one, and this was a food truck um, at the Lilac Festival. Yeah, I didn't like a lot of the food trucks that were at the Lilac Festival. They were food trucks that were all over there. Or not all over there, but they were basically the same ones that I saw last year. So yeah, that's why. Well, let's see. Oh, okay. So it looks like it's the more one. Anyway, it's yeah, and a lot of the food trucks were the same ones that I saw last year. Okay, some reason it's not catching the lateral. That's not selectable. Yeah, but anyway, let me just see. Oh, interesting. Anyway, so oh, okay. Interesting, interesting. A little extra work it looks like. Well, that worked a little bit more. Um, Anyways, I was saying about the food trucks. Hold on. Isolate your. Well, I'm just checking to make sure. Okay, so the isolate turned the microphone off while trying to. This is where I missed the control zero. Um, and there's no risk of actually turning off the um. Oh, there. That's where they put the white balance one. Okay. What's this color rendering? I don't know what this color rendering does. What does this color rendering do? I don't know what it does, so I don't want to really mess around with it. We don't really need that. What we need? Uh, Viewpoint formation. Don't really have to worry about pulling deformation here. Geometry maybe? Hold on. Don't really need the denoise here. Um, let's see how this looks here. Okay. Oh, okay. So if we that reduces that. Okay, and um. Anyways, I was all right. So I was just going to see geometry. Oh, here it is. Perspective correction. Yes, that's what we want. We want these manual settings. So, as I was saying about these food trucks before, yeah, I got distracted there by trying to figure out all this. Oh, okay. Do what the zero? Hold on. There we go. Oh, nope, we want that. Have to do a crop then, but definitely want that a little bit down like that. Yeah, there we go. As I was saying about the food trucks, yeah, a lot of the food trucks were the same ones I saw last year at all those things that I went to. Well, more with the from Festival onwards. But there were some new ones that I saw. I think this was one of the new ones that I saw. There was another set of new one. There was I think a couple of mini donuts ones. We'll find out pretty soon, pretty shortly. Don't really have to. That'll work. Now we crop it. I want to crop. I want to crop this. This looks a lot different um compared to the. This looks a lot different compared to the actual Photolab 3. That's for sure. Um, it's a matter of oh, okay. So it's how much of the original you want to actually have showing. Okay. Um, oh, definitely looks a lot different. Oh, okay, so you can keep it unconstrained if you want. Um, yeah, we'll keep the original aspect ratio. Yeah, that looks like it'll work. Alright, so close that, and alright, there we go. And you can see it a little better now. Right, and we'll do, I'll just add one filter there. Yeah, so as you can see, sometimes some of these pictures do take a little longer to work on. Yeah, sometimes you can just go quickly, sometimes a little longer. Alright, so... Oh, wait a minute. I haven't even done any editing on it yet. Okay, so turn down the exposure a bit. Yeah, we don't have to select the tone. Down those highlights. Midtones and the shadows. Turn down the blacks. And we don't have to do too much contrast here because there's people in the photo. Well, let's see how it works. We'll see how it works if we can get a little extra contrast there. Oh, we got a follow. Let's see who followed. Uh, Boyson300, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hope your day is going well. Right, and then let's see how this contrast, a little extra contrast here maybe. And the white balance, we want to have it in daylight white balance. Uh, we don't really want to saturate it too much just because there's too many people in the picture. Um, well, that's good to hear that your day is going well. Yeah, hopefully you make it to affiliate soon. I know how hard it can be just to get to affiliate because I remember yeah, it took me 6 months before I finally reached affiliate. Okay, and anything else I'm forgetting? It's because of the. Okay, so let's try this again with color effects. We'll overwrite that. And as you all can see, so yeah, sometimes photos, each photo, sometimes yeah, it can take very little time. Sometimes they take a little longer. So we do that. No, we don't want to do that. Yeah, definitely, it's just one step at a time when it comes on to making it to affiliate. Yeah, the hardest one I find is really the getting the three average, just because it can be the viewership can fluctuate, uh, and big trick that you learn is you try and limit the amount um, that you stream in terms of however many hours, because when you stream too many hours, that actually can bring down the average unless you actually have a lot of people who are watching you. Uh, but yeah, definitely just keep at it, and you'll be able to make it there. Okay. Oh, well, what do you know that? Oh, you know what? Let me just load that in here, and then I'll load up the program again. There it is. Oh yeah, yeah. If you keep working at it, you'll definitely get to affiliate. Right, so we'll reload the program. Meantime, I'll go in here. Oh, you know what? Let me check to see if there. Yeah, we'll definitely have to defringe here. It doesn't look like. Well, hard to tell, but anyway, what I'll do is I'll do a defringe here, so that way get rid of it. And yeah, as you can see, sometimes for some reason that radius, yep, one's there. That should work. Yeah, that did a little better job. Um, the defringe there. Let's see. Okay, okay, let's. Now, one important thing when you're doing that type of a defringe is you have to be careful of some of these edges, just because, especially if an edge is the same color as that. Looks like that worked out fine. Okay. Alright, because yeah, at the edges, yes, I can take out the edges then, and then you end up not noticing it until later on. That. Yes. And this part is going to be a like that. It looks like that worked out fine. And, and looks like everything's no, it's I don't know if we'll be able to get rid of that pink, but we'll see if we can. And yeah, this is how sometimes it ended up taking me half an hour per photo before I had that other software there. There's not much else we can do there. Um, then see any dust spots. Well, they are hard to determine. A little harder to find the dust spots in um, Infinity Photo just because they don't have the visualize dust spots thing. Okay, we'll export that. Right, and we'll export that. Sure. You can see the exporting works the same. Alright. Okay, and here's the next one, and yeah, it's mini donuts, cotton candy, milkshakes, ice cream. So yeah, it has a lot of things. Um, yeah, this is a food truck I didn't see last year at any of the events that I went to. As I said, I do remember I took a picture of the mini donuts food truck that I had seen at Festival, and it was also Beakerhead last year. In terms of food trucks I'd seen everywhere, I had in terms of food trucks I'd seen um, everywhere last year I didn't. For the most part, I didn't take any pictures of those again because I already had it. Don't have to do any denoising, but yeah, definitely we might want to do some geometry stuff. Oh, it's the standard one. Okay, so we're gonna have to go into some of these things. Where's the picture one? Information. Let me see if I can find like aberration one. That's the denoising. Oh, I want the more. Oh, it's already selected. It doesn't show the lateral. I don't know why. Oh, thank you for the lurk escape poem. I really appreciate it. I don't know why it's not checked off the lateral. Because yeah, there's a lot of that. At least there sometimes there's a lot of that. Um, because there's a lot of that in. Oh, okay. For some reason it doesn't that lateral. See what happens. Or the purple fringing there. Okay, so yeah, that worked out pretty well. Um, weird. It doesn't detect lateral. I don't know why. That's 17. Yeah, there's usually a lot of chromatic aberration. Weird. Check the lateral one. Anyway, next up is the geometry here. Wasn't any that, but we'll like that. Then oh, okay. That's if you want to see it from head on, but we don't have to do that. Okay, so step down. That looks a lot better. So we'll do the crop. Okay, we'll have to do an unconstrained one. Because yeah, this isn't gonna work otherwise. Um, want that. That. Okay, we'll have to that. Like that. Okay, and Um, yeah, so we'll do like that, and just have to remember we have to actually do the editing here. Oh, because it's the standard one. Then crop, right, and perspective editing. Um, more look back aberration. Okay, just have to make sure that we have everything. There's the daylight. Oh, okay. So do daylight filter there, then turn down the exposure a little bit, the highlights a bit, tones, shadows. Um, yeah, so we'll add contrast here, and then micro contrast. I want to add in a lot more contrast here, just because not a lot, well, a little more, and do like that. All right, and that helps make it pop. We might add a little detail. Do a little extra vibrancy, a little extra saturation like that, just because it's the food truck. Um, Prop. Uh, this is a good way to show some of the DxO film pack stuff. So that's the warm tone. Uh, oof. Yeah, that's not what we want. No. Okay, so that's the stuff that you can do with the film pack. Um, no. Channel mixer, we don't really need that. We don't really need that. See these textures. Okay. Yeah, I don't think any of those textures are what we need. Let me see what kind of miniature effect. What else do we have? Don't have anything really that we can use, but you saw what kind of things you can do with the Exo Film Pack stuff. All right, so let's send this over to Net Collection. Right, and as you can see, in a lot of these, well, you can already see with these food truck pictures just how many people were at the Lilac Festival. I think the number was actually 33,000. At least that's what they estimated it at. Yeah, it's a lot of people showed up to that thing. All right, so we'll turn that down. We'll turn down the contrast. Don't really need it to be too saturated, so we'll apply the sunlight there. Actually, What? Let me just check. Here, um, here it is. So with, if I can find it, collection. There it is. I'll just open that one. Okay. Wait, wait, doesn't it? Oh, okay. So I see, I see, I see. So if you want to save it, right? So, huh, interesting. Hold on, let me just check something then. Um, that had that applied. Okay, so it's a good thing to know now. All right. You know what? It's just the one. We'll write down, and we'll add in the detail for that. As you can see, with the number of people at Lilac Festival, yeah, it you find yourself bumping into a lot of people. Um, uh, that on the brightness, on the contrast. Don't really have to have it overly saturated like that. Then there's the detail extractor here, and want to do want to do it selectively. See? Oh, oh, okay. So that's what control does then. Oh, okay. So that's how you copy it, like that. That okay. I see. I see. I see. And like that. Okay, and then yeah, don't need that much detail extracted. Electric contrast. Yeah. All right. So we'll apply that. And it's processed. Okay, so this one up. Okay, and then we'll open that. Here it is. Let's see. Hold on. Same one, yeah. Let me just check. Be brighter. Yeah. Okay, so that is the same one already. Okay. Yeah. What we do is we have to just make sure there aren't any dust spots. All right, and yeah. So fringing we need. Yeah, there might be. Anyway, we'll do that. We'll defringe it. Like that. Okay. Like that. Then sure we didn't accidentally get anything. Ooh, yeah. So you see, that's the type of thing you have to be careful of when the defringe, because you have to be careful not to pick out the colors anywhere else. Um, okay, we'll have to see if it works here. Yeah, it's gonna cause too many problems, it seems. Uh, okay, so the way to find out about that, hmm, see here. Yes. Well, let me just check to make sure it's not affecting other parts of the image. On. Oh, make sure. Yeah, it's affecting this, so will we do anything there? Okay, so I guess that's the best we can do. Um, oh, Sword Games, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate you coming in to watch the photo editing stream. Yeah, this is the Lilac Festival I had gone to a couple of weeks ago. Um, yeah, there were a lot of people there. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that you enjoy the photos that I put in there. All right, so move on to the next one, and well, gonna do the best we can, but yeah, this gives a really great show of exactly how busy it was at the Lilac Festival, and how taking pictures of all the vendors and the food courts and whatnot. Yeah, it was a really big challenge over there. Um, yeah, yeah, sometimes it was like yeah, I don't think I'm getting that picture. It's just way too busy here. We'll do like we'll need to do some other. Uh, we don't have to do that, but we'll have to. I don't know why the correction is manual. Roll distortion. I don't think there was any distortion anyway, but let's see what it looks like after that. Wait. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that. Yeah, there was really no distortion going on here. I don't think. Um. Nope. Girl. That. There really wasn't any distortion. But anyway, well, they don't have auto here. It's too bad they don't have auto to excuse me, auto distortion settings here. This fisheye here. Oh, yeah. I don't think that. I don't think we need to do that. All right, and there really wasn't any distortion there, so we don't really have to do anything there. That. I'll definitely want to do some perspective editing. That, move this. Wait, we don't have to. So, oh, okay. I guess it was pretty straight there. Um, see that way. I'm gonna do it the other way. That and like that. Yeah. Um, see if we can do something about the. There we go. All right, now we can do some do a crop here. Okay, we're gonna have to do an unconstrained crop because and like that. And as you can see, when you do perspective editing, you really have to ensure that you don't catch any of the spots that have been removed by the software. So yeah, there we go. Now I have to make sure I remember that yes, we have to do the editing here. All right, and we'll turn down exposure. Yeah, as you can see, just by the number of by the number of people in this picture, it gives you a really good idea as to just how many people were at the Lilac Festival and just how crowded that street was. Okay, so I don't want to turn it down too much. Um, I can't really do too much contrast here because there's a lot of people. So that just very little, very little, not too much, just because there's a ton of people in here. Very little, very little. Just because there's too many people in here and uh, oh, it was a burger. Yeah, so this was a burger food truck. I don't know how many people were standing in front of it, just because you see all these people walking on the street there. Um, Saturation. Oh, there it is. There's saturation and vibrance. Yeah, we don't want to do too much, just because there's a lot of people in the picture. Um, you can definitely. Oh, there we go. And it'll send it over to Nick Collection. Oh, Color Effects Pro. Right, and what is sunlight filter? As you can see, it gets pretty saturated, so turn down the light strength, cool it off a bit, turn down the brightness, turn down the contrast a little bit. Yeah, we want to turn down that saturation a little bit. And well, we'll have the detail enhancer, or the detail extractor as it's called. Uh, you know what? We'll just apply to the whole picture because, yeah, there's no way that we'll be able to turn it down quite a bit because there's no way we'll be able to get it on just the food truck. We'll apply that. But there's one thing I forgot to do. That is that noir. Let's see. For some reason it's not allowing me to that lateral chromatic aberration. I will. Oh, there we go. That's what we want. Let's go all the way up in order to see what we can do. Oh, what happens? Does work, but not getting rid of the lateral one. Works. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna have to an affinity photo here. And for some reason. Oh. Alright, so um we got to do that again. Uh, that I forgot to get rid of the chromatic aberration there. Uh, okay, so sunlight filter, but yeah, we turn it down. And let brightness a little bit. Contrast a little bit. We'll turn on that saturation. That. Then we'll add a detail extractor. We'll make sure that it's not too strong. Alright, so we'll apply that. Um, okay, go in here. Yep. And we'll open up this one. And alright, now the first thing I'll do is check for dust spots here. And the sky's a little bit more visible. Right, so now we'll have to do some defringing here. Okay. Try that. We'll see if we can defringe that. Hold on. Let's see if we can. Oh, I think that'll work. Okay, and as you can see, this is how sometimes it could have. It took me half an hour photo before I was able to um before I could move. How it would take me half an hour per photo, just because of all this defringing that had to be done. Now, as you saw, there is a chromatic aberration thing. I'll quickly or I'll show it to you after I this done. Uh, doesn't really work here, does it? Yeah, that's why you do the defringing here. It looks like it's pretty much removed all those areas. sure it's not everywhere else. Hold on. Okay, hmm. Well, that didn't quite work, did it? Because, yeah. So you have to be. So that's what I mean. That yeah. That. Show you how the chromatic aberration one works. Like this. Uh, Worked a little better. Let's see. It didn't remove anything, did it? Right. I'll check it again. Didn't really do anything, and yeah. So you see, that's how the you have to be careful of the defringing because you see how that well, I got rid of the fringing here. That's why I liked how it worked. Um, I like how it works in what is it, Photo Lab. Let's see what. Yeah, so there's the problem. There's the problem. Yeah, it just takes out the color from there. But yeah, no way to properly. Actually, wait. How did it? Oh, wait. Well, there it is. Select. That's what we wanted. This is. Oh no. I want to select all these. Layer. Select. How do I do this? Hold on. Layer maybe? Layer? Where's the selection tool? Oh, here it is. Oh, oh, there it is. That's what we wanted. Um, let's check to make sure. See, this is why I'm surprised that they didn't have that um lateral chromatic aberration thing. But defringe. Check to make sure it only affects the selection. It does, and this is how I ended up taking so long. Uh, um, okay, so that's a little better, right? And defringe. We'll choose. Let's see how that works. And this is how every photo then would end up taking me half an hour before I got on one photo raw and the XO Photo Lab uh, because of this defringing thing and trying to uh, get it to properly do it. And fortunately, so it didn't work properly. And photo lab because oh, can we do that? Can we? Um. Well, let's just start over on this, and yeah, this is how it ended up taking me so long to that. And we'll choose the selection tool. That. And there. Check and pay attention. Going on everywhere else. Oh, it's causing other problems because of the sky there. See, look at what happens to the sky and how, yeah, this way the color from the sky. Hold on, let me see here. Right, and that, okay. See if this works. Here, that color. That'll work. That's gonna work, okay. That, all the windows were okay? Windows were okay, okay. So the windows were all okay, as you can tell. At least I think it was, but yeah, now you see how, now you see how, before I got in DxO Photo Lab, how each picture would take me half an hour to do just because of the defringing that I would have to do beforehand. Um, let's see. Oh, it's not gonna work. Okay, I guess this is a good. Yeah. That so. What I'll do is I'll export that. Go here. Alright, so didn't see else I need. Alright, so as you can see, those are some other things that you might have to do there. Um, and next up is a concert here. Uh, check for chromatic aberration, and yeah, this is one of the many live concert performances by bands on these stages that are set up along the street there. Let me just check to make sure no fringing or chromatic aberration there. Um, Alright, so just had to make sure. No fringing there. As you can see, uh, this is a band that was performing there. Um, I think one of the songs that this band had performed was the cover of Alicia Keys' "No One." I'm not 100% sure. Um, yeah, I did get some photos here of this band performing. Uh, so we'll do the exposure, lower the exposure, a little bit of the contrast, lower the highlights, midtones and the shadows, just the whites here, and decrease the blacks here. We'll cover that highlight hue. Well, don't really need any structure. Haze we can. Oh, so that looks a little too extreme for haze removal. Um, that looks a little too extreme. Okay, so we'll do like that, and then right, and there we go. Do the daylight white balance there, and much saturation, not too much vibrance. See what I can do for. Oh, yeah, it would be yeah, non one. It's actually the transform, and this is how you can do it. You do vertical like that, a little bit like that. That okay. A little bit there, and we'll scale it a little bit more like that. Oh, okay, so that's okay. Don't really have to have the aspect ratio like that, or don't really have to do anything with the aspect ratio. It looks okay. All right, so what do we? What else do we need to do? Don't really. I'll add the sunlight filter to this, and that will go into color effects. Right, and then we'll send it to Color Effects Pro. All right, and we'll put in the sunlight filter there. We don't really have to do anything with rain and HSL and Clearview since it already did the dehazing there. Turn that down. Turn on the brightness, light temperature. Don't really need too much contrast. Here we'll probably don't need to be too saturated. Yeah. All right, so then we can export that. And we'll export that. Now we can go to the next one, and as you can see, and I took a few pictures of this band performing. When I got there, they were finishing up whatever song it was they were performing when I got there, and then and so I stuck around for the start of the next song. Right, and no chromatic aberration there. Okay. And no, we can do that afterwards. Increase the exposure. Use contrast. And on those highlights. I'll just check. Hold on. It's the visualizing of the. Yeah, we don't really have to do that visual. We don't have to do any dust spot removal. I don't see any. Okay, so I'll go back to here. Do that. That. Do that. Okay, and then don't really need too much structure on the haze. Light here. I don't have to do any saturation or vibrance. We'll do transform here. Okay. That. That, I guess. Here. Don't want to rotate it too much. We don't want the picture to. Okay, we'll do like that. Not too much of a shift, otherwise, yeah, we're gonna get, the part of the picture there, that, when it's, uh, it's, or when you do the perspective editing like this. Alright, so, now we'll add in a sunlight filter there. Here. Oh, no. Okay, and then, so we'll add in the sunlight filter. And ensure that it's not, don't want to completely cool it off. Okay, so we'll turn on the brightness a bit. Contrast. Want to oversaturate it? Okay. And let me just check to make sure it applied to it. Yeah, it did apply those changes. Okay, just had to make sure of that. Because, yeah, sometimes with the software, yeah. So, yeah, we want to export that one. Okay, just got to make sure that we'll set to 100% for the quality there. Right, and then go on to the next one here. And I might show how you can edit performances in black and white. So we'll exposure a bit, and we'll contrast on those highlights, midtones there, shadows there. Turn on those whites that brought out the sky. I think would be any dust spots, but I'll just double check. No, there's no dust spots here. No dust spots here from what I can see. Zoom in, check to make sure. Okay, just had to make sure then there's no dust spots there. Right, and in that on the haze more. That is a daylight. A little saturation, a little vibrance. And transform. So that like that. Want to get it too much. Okay, that'll work. And scale it. Try to shift it a little bit. No. We don't want shifted too much that way. Okay, that'll work. Browse it. Or not, we'll browse it, but yeah. So we'll now send it. Yeah, I think I'll show the black and white editing here with silver effects. Right, so here's how Silver Effects Pro you can do some black and white editing. Once it loads up, here we go. But here's how you can do black and white editing. You can do it through a set of presets in here, and you can also do it through sliders over here. So I can increase the brightness a bit, or don't have to highlights too high, and then a little bit more mid-tones. That. And then here you can add some extra contrast by the whites. And then that. And yeah, you can add an extra structure if you want. Now, because this is a concert, you don't really want to do too much of the structure. This is what happens. As you can see, this is what happens. It has a little too much. Definitely add a little bit. Okay, so you do like that. Yeah, as you can see, that really adds extra structure there. And protect the tonality here a little bit, and then the highlights you can protect like that. And then you can add selective things here. Do that, and then where is it? Where is it? Here we go. You can do selective things now because this is a concert. We can we want to we want the whole thing to have all the adjustments. We won't go and any selective adjustments there, but yeah, that's there. In this interview, it's basically the haze removal, DxO's haze removal, and yeah, they added it as you can tell. Don't have to do too much haze removal there. And this color filter is what it does. Select a hue, you can select a strength. That's the neutral, this is a red one. It does that. That's what that color does. That one does. That one does. So choose that one, I think. It's best. Okay, and then you can add in some stuff with the film types. So we'll go Fuji and have the original grain there. Do the film grain and Fuji. I believe it's that one, right? And you can do some finishing adjustments. Oh, okay, so that. Okay, so then we'll apply that. Well, there it is. Was like should have applied it to the copy, and we can export that. Okay, that's another thing you can do in the collection. And then I might show you analog effects here with this picture here, right? And start off with the basic adjustments here. I'm gonna turn down that exposure a bit, like that. So we'll turn on the highlights, midtones, increase the shadows, turn on the whites, turn on the blacks there. Then we'll do like that. So the daylight one. That, and then transform. Okay, and we can do this. This. Scale it up. Don't need a. We'll shift it a little bit. I think that's good. Okay, so now, oh, I forgot the rotation. Okay, so before I do that, before I send it to analog effects, so I can show you analog effects, probably do a little bit of a rotation here. Yeah. All right. Now we'll send it into analog effects, and then I can show you how that works. Here we go. And so you have to do send to other application. Passport. Here it is. I'll show you how Analog Effects Pro is. Right, and a little different. So you can do some basic adjustments, so you can get out the details if you want. We won't have to do that. Just the brightness a little bit. Extra contrast. Saturate just a little more. Now, there's your basic adjustments. Now, you want lens distortion. Don't really need that. Now that's so you can do like that if you want. Right, so we'll remove that. Zoom and rotate blur, okay. Do motion blur like that. Don't have to have that. That. Little plate anyway. And we can have like that. Do things with the film type. Um, Subtle. Okay, we'll do like that, and then lens. No, we don't have to have snow. Cameras. Uh, so- oh, okay. So this is where you can do it. You can do like oh, okay, okay. So these are presets. Um, show that. Oh, okay. See, this is the type of stuff you can do. So that's what you can do in color in Analog Effects Pro. Add all those different things to it. That, yeah, that's the kind of stuff you can do to it. But yeah, you can add all those various analog effects to you want. Uh, okay, so we'll export that. We'll go to the next picture. Okay. Now, yeah, here they are now. I think they had already started the next song. I don't know if maybe they haven't started playing the next song. They were finishing up that one. Anyway, oh, we want to go tone color here. So we'll do like that. Guess we'll turn on the highlights there. We'll increase the midtones. We'll increase the shadows. Turn that one down. That down. And we'll do that. And we'll do that. Alright, so we'll do daylight white balance. Like that. Okay, and then we can do the transform here. And then vertical. The horizontal. Want to rotate it a bit. We're gonna have to rotate it that much. Scale it up a bit. See if we can do a shift. Okay, yeah, so we'll be able to do this shift and then we'll Color Effects Pro here. Now we can add in the sunlight filter there. Alright, so we'll add in this sunlight filter and that. Brightness a bit. Contrast. Yeah, we don't want too much saturation, but we want enough. Alright, so that'll be good. And on to the next one. Want the copy here is. Alright, so we'll move on to the next one now. Um, alright, and I think this is the, this was the next one. Well, when I got there, I think that it was their final. They were in their final sort of songs for their uh for I think their scheduled times. Like uh, every band that performed at certain scheduled times. So yeah, the I think this is the last one for their scheduled time. Yeah, I remember he had announced the or the lead singer here announced that I think it was their last song for the day. They had another band who was going to be scheduled, and actually that band who performed after this one, uh, I actually was able to get a picture of them as I was walking back up the street, getting ready to walk back to my car. Which, yeah, like I said, being able to stream at a 10 to 15 minute walk away from the Lilac Festival because that's where I was able to get the parking. Couldn't get any parking close to there. If I'd been able to get parking closer, maybe I would have stayed longer because it wouldn't have been as long of a walk. But because of the 10 to 15 minute walk, yeah, I had to leave when I had to leave. Right, and that form here, that'll work. Maybe a little more. There, that looks better. Eight. Oh, yeah, that looks a lot better. So we'll scale it. Shift. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Right, and send it into Color Effects Pro there. Alright, and I'll get it into Color Effects Pro soon. Alright, and here it is. The or just check otherwise so we can just do that right now. Yeah, yeah. I remember. Okay, just had to make sure I remembered it. Alright, and here, and the sunlight filter. Okay, brightness a bit. Don't want it overly saturated. And we'll apply that. Alright, and we'll export that. Okay, and the next one here. And see, um, they're continuing to perform there, and I think this was another set of two that I took before I continued on down the street because yeah, 14 blocks. It's a lot. It's a lot of walking, so yeah, you can't spend too much time at each place. Turn that down. Um, First we want to do like that. That. We'll do daylight here. Bit that. Right, and transform so we can that like this. So we're definitely gonna have to rotate. Okay, and then scale there. Shift that much, okay. And make sure to add the daylight filter there. In case you're wondering why I'm not adding the or doing anything on export yet, we want to Color Effects Pro to add the sunlight filter. But in case you're wondering why I'm not doing anything to like get rid of the harsh shadows on their faces, because they were already in the tent for performing, and yeah, it wouldn't have really made any difference with them performing in the tent. Like as you can see, there's the canopy and stage. It's basically uh, covered anyway, so yeah, wouldn't. So yeah, they already have the shadows anyway. So we'll that. Okay, that. All right. And we'll just export that. Okay, so we'll export that now, and this is the last picture I got from these people performing before I just moved on to go to further down the street to see what else there was. Yeah, as much as I would have loved to see for the entirety of their last song, yeah, there was just a lot of stuff that you have to see at Lilac Festival, so you can't just stay too long at one concert or one performance. Get what you can, you get the photos you can, and then move on. So we do all that, that. So now the transform. Where are okay, so that'll work. We scale it. Let's see. That's pretty much have to leave it like that. So shift. All right, and we'll add the sunlight filter. One here. All right, and we'll add that sunlight filter there. Not to have it too strong. Um, right. Saturation. Like that. Alright, and then well, let me see. Okay, so um this one. Oh, it looks like it's HelloFresh. Looks like it's the HelloFresh one. Um, yep, HelloFresh. Or oh, it's Fresh Prep, I guess. Not HelloFresh. Okay, so it's Fresh Prep. All right, so that more. That looks like it worked better. Um, and make sure with the right things. Yeah, that. Rear view. Just make sure that the chromatic aberration is properly removed. Um, yeah, it looks like it's we remove the chromatic aberration there. Ooh, see if I can do something there. Um, looks like it's properly removed there. I think it's a little tougher to tell because yeah, it's right up against this green thing. Oh, okay, so um, right, and let's check to make sure. Oh, oh, okay. Looks like it is pretty much removed there, but yeah. Again, as you can see, just the sheer number of people on the street there. So yeah, do the best you can, but yeah, it's be definitely be a little challenging to. Don't really need any of these. Guess we'll do that for the white balance there. That, and on the highlights, midtones here, the shadows here. We'll increase the blacks here. Um, a little bit of extra contrast, not too much, because yeah, just the sheer number of people. It's yeah, there's no way it'll work with the sheer number of people, as you can see. Right, and do a little bit of that. It does look like the fringing has been removed. Um, Okay, so um, so we'll move this into Color Effects Pro. Right, and set the sunlight filter here. So we'll do that. Down the brightness a little bit. That we'll apply that, and then perhaps we can do in here. We aren't able to do anything. Yeah, we'll just that. Here it is. All right. So that one. Hold on. Let me just compare these two. Check to make sure. Yeah. Okay. Just had to make sure, but um. Oh, huh. Interesting. Be as bad as I thought, but okay, just try it out first. Which is the defringing. Just call it fringe. Check to make sure. Oh yeah, that'll be a bit of an issue. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that might have been it. Anyway, so we'll just we'll export that. Oh, export to disk. That. So now we can move on to the next one. Uh, just... Okay, so out. Okay, that. Not really, but anyway, this is a food truck. I don't know what they sell, but this was a food truck that I hadn't seen or at any of the other places I went to last year, or any of the other street festivals I went to last year. Which that can be done here. Okay. That okay. So the first thing we'll do is this. So we'll do the perspective editing. Oh, it automatically. Let's see. Right, so it did it automatically, and then that. We'll do the perspective editing and try to bring it down a little bit, down like that, and then crop it. It's unconstrained. Um, this was one big food truck, so I wasn't able to really get the whole thing. That down a bit. And I think that'll work. Let's see. Let's see, because it says. Okay, that seems to work. Oh, okay, that's. They worked in case. See. Okay, so that actually worked out a little better this time. There isn't any distortion anymore. All right. All right. So I think we have everything. So what we'll do is now we'll uh, oh, start editing it and turn on that. Okay, now turn on the highlights, turn up the midtones, the shadows. But yeah, as you saw with that stuff that I did with the geometry, that's basically the stuff that's in DxO Viewpoint. Yeah, and might do something with Film Pack here. We'll see, just to show it off. Right, so we'll do some. We'll add some micro contrast. The amount of contrast we can do, we can definitely detail a bit. And then we can make it pop a little more in the Color Effects Pro. Oh, one, redid that like that, and we'll add a little extra saturation there. What else? We already did that. Yeah, we don't have to do the reshape or anything like that. But see what this grain does. The split tone won't make sense here because yeah. Okay, so what's grain do anyway? Oh, okay, so um kind of need to select a film, don't we? Alright, so let's see what we have for the film. Um, oh. Oh, okay, so check to see what this color positive film is. Oh, okay, so that's how you can do. Okay, that's what you can do. All right. Do like that for green. We're not gonna add in green here. Oh, okay. So, okay. So if you want to add blur, um, do that, and then, all right. So of course we want the whole thing. So yeah, blur isn't a good idea, but yeah, that's always good to know. With and I think that's all we need to do. Um, just check to make sure there's no other fringing that we have to worry about uh, before we send it into software. It looks like we're good with the fringing this time around, it seems. Yep. Have to make sure. It's okay here. Okay, so now we'll send it into Color Effects Pro for the sunlight filter and the detail enhancer. And we can actually do that this time because there aren't as many people in the photo. So yeah, okay, so we'll have the sunlight filter. Turn that to saturate. Actually, you know what? Because there aren't as many people, we're gonna do that. We'll do the brilliance warmth. Much that. Polarize filter do? Oh, yeah, we don't want that. Um, yeah, we want the detail extractor. That. Um, I think we'll leave it at that, and I think that's all we need to do. And I didn't see any dust spots there, so I think we'll be good with that. And oh yeah, we want to export to disk and export that, and then we'll. And here's one of the mini donuts trucks. Actually, at the Lilac Festival, there were a number of mini donuts trucks, interestingly enough. And I was talking about the number of people again. Right there, you can see a lot of people right there. So that, that, and yeah, along 17th Avenue there. Um, okay, you don't have to do any perspective editing there, but along 17th Avenue there were actually also three, three other blocks that they expanded it to. Oh, okay, so like more is that okay? Um, yeah, so we want to try and do like that. Okay. Oh, yeah, we don't have to do any perspective editing, so we'll close. So we'll close that, and now we'll get the edit, or we'll start to adjust the here like that. Now the highlights, midtones, shadows. Oh, we don't want to turn on the blacks that much. And as I was saying about the number of people. Um, yeah, you can see it right there. How many? You can just see it right there. That yeah, bumping into people like crazy over there. So we'll add that. We'll turn on the micro contrast. I'll always do a detail extractor on just the mini donut truck. That. Like that. Um, you know what? See what the warm tone is like. I really want to show off some of the EXO film pack stuff when it comes down to these filters. Don't need it all the way. So you see here is the nice warm tone filter. It helps really warm up the images here. Then, oh hey, Sailor Crane, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? Oh, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your lunch. Let's see here. I will add in a sunlight filter there to help brighten it up a little bit more. But yeah, there's some of the stuff you can do with film pack, like as you saw with the other one. Well, well, that's good to hear. Your day's going well. And as you saw, with some of the other film pack stuff, like you can do blur, you can do a lot of different things. And there's a sunlight filter, so we'll do like that. Like, you can do like that, and we can turn on the brightness a little bit. That. I'm kind of surprised at that point in time the mini donut truck wasn't as popular as yeah, people really like mini donuts, and the Calgary Stampede is coming up at the beginning of July, and it runs through mid-July, and yeah, people really love their mini donuts. Yeah, they have a lot of different things for the mini donuts. I think there's a Dunkaroos mini donuts that they'll have. I don't want to do that. I want. Looks like we'll have to start it all over again here with this. It's just like what I kept pointing out with is it uh, was it color effects uh, for Nick Collection 2? Same thing here. You have to make sure you use the right thing there. Uh, like that. So we'll add, oh, two control points. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Like that. And up. Okay. Hold on. Just move that there. Here and there we go. Yeah, sometimes you have to be very careful. Comes on to moving these control points around. Okay. This one we can move down here. This one can move up here. And hey, what do you know? It actually worked. Anyway, so we'll just do like that. And add some extra detail. Don't want to do too much contrast. and a little bit of saturation. That. Okay, so we'll apply that. Right, and we'll. Oh, we got even more to disc that way. Okay, it was right at the top. Okay, okay. All right, so here's the net. Oh, yeah, I had mentioned that there was a cookie vendor at Lilac Festival, and here's the cookie vendor, the Stop Cookie Time people. As you can see, again, lots of people. So, well, I did the best I could with the picture, but yeah. Well, this okay. So it looks like that's what it's okay. Um. Okay, so it looks like that. All the fringing. But yeah, I did the best I could to get the vendor, but yeah, there was just too many people there. Um, anyway, what we'll do is, where's the horizon tool? Okay. Oh, okay, so, oh, not quite what I want. Well, since we're gonna, I think we'll keep the aspect ratio this time. Yes, I didn't buy anything from any of the vendors here that were at the Lilac Festival. Um, I didn't buy anything from any of the vendors who were at the Lilac Festival. Um, yeah, it was too expensive anyway, but I didn't buy anything. I just didn't uh, think that really worked, and it was too expensive anyway to buy from these vendors here. Um, like there was, I don't know if for whoever was here last year when I did the Mardi Gras uh, photo wedding stream. Uh, the pink ice cream vendor was there again this year, and uh, yeah, I remember they charged $9 for ice cream. It's like, yeah, that's too much for me. We'll do the smart lighting there. Make sure. That's something that's a little different because I know in no wait, actually we did have to nickel or not nickelation, but Photo Lab 3, I have to turn on whatever it is I want to adjust. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so turn on the highlights there, on the midtones there, the shadows there. Oh, oh, oh. We don't have to go that far. Yeah, we don't really need too much. Don't need any. Don't really need any of the other contrast, so we'll just like keep it very, very low, like literally. Don't even have to go past 2 for each of them. So very, very low. A very subtle contrast adjustments. And we'll a little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance. Doing. Let me see if I can show you this miniature effect. Yeah, I'm not gonna do any film pack stuff. But yeah, you saw there. Uh, well, this is kind of a miniature effect for something that's going to help me out here anyway. Uh, I'll just do the. You know what? Let me show you Viveza for the Nick collection. Let me show you Viveza. Alright, so as you can see, there's a whole bunch of different presets here. So, like that. Right? If you want to just use a preset. But I'm just going to do my own adjustments here. Right? Okay. So, we'll increase the, well, actually, you know what? No. Let's brightness a bit. Just a little bit for the contrast, and a little bit for the saturation, not too much. Structure. Okay, we'll a little bit, and then the shadows. Warm it up a bit. And if you want to change it from red to green, you can. And if you want to adjust the hue, which you don't have to, then you have your selective tones. You can turn on those highlights a bit. Midtones a bit more. With the white balance. Color picker like that. Oh. See? So just like that. Don't have to do that. And then warm it up and cool it off if you want. Then you can do your selective adjustments. And you have all of these things here. So, what I'll do is I'll do a cookie, place, and brightness for that. Anyway, I'll just cancel that. We are going to send it to ColorFlex Pro so I can get the sunlight filter, but you see how you can do how it's similar to ColorFlex Pro but different because you can do various different types of adjustments. Alright, so we'll just use the sunlight filter, right? And like that. Don't really want to cool it down. Turn on the brightness a bit. Don't want to undersaturate, but we don't want to oversaturate, so that's a good amount. Right, and so that one will export to disk. Okay. So now the next one. Whoa. Oh, it was a mug vendor. Yeah, this is why I took the picture. This looked kind of cool, seeing all various types of mugs. Like, here's your accent mugs. Oh, it's a bunch of accent mugs. Um, yeah, looks like they specialize in accent mugs. Yeah. Looks like they specialize in accent mugs here. So, oh, that, even the more, okay, oh, okay, so, you just see, where we, here, oh, okay, so it does that, okay, so, that, and A lot of back aberration. Okay, yeah, so that worked. Oh, kind of. Let's see. Oh, okay, so it uh, did make a bit of a difference. But yeah, they have various types of accent mugs here. Um, what we'll have to probably. Oh, let's see. Okay. Yeah. Um, what kind of perspective editing we can do? That. That. Okay. No, that's a little too stretched out. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Um, okay, but Sailor Crane, thank you again for the lurk. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your workday. Okay, and no, it doesn't look like. Okay, so it doesn't look like we need to do that. We'll crop it. Oh, well, what do you know? Did it automatically. Well, that's gonna help. Um, a way to shift this. A way to shift this a bit. Hmm. Kind of shift this? Or no? No, probably not. Anyway, let's this is compared to the original one. Oh, okay. Uh, that on that side. Okay. All right. Yeah. So this will work. Anyway, so now we can do the editing here and turn down the exposure a bit. Turn down the highlights a bit, not too much. Just that. That. We want smart lighting. The clear view. And the clear view, again, like I said, it's basically DxO's haze removal. Yeah, we don't really need too much contrast. I don't know if we need the other contrast, really. I guess because of the mugs, I guess we could add a little bit, not too much. Literally just that much. Right, and... Alright. So we'll do a little... Those, let me just check to make sure. Oh, okay. Okay, so I think we'll add a... Yes, we'll add a sunlight filter there. Alright, and yeah, we'll do the sunlight filter, and yeah, that helps. The light intensity is okay. Let's darken that just a bit. Less of that. No, that's too saturated. Okay, that'll work. Or go in here, we'll just check to make sure fringing needed in that program. I can't tell. Looks like it's okay. Alright, so we'll export that. Right, and here's another food truck. This Donair truck, I didn't see at any of the other events that I'd gone to last year. So, yeah, this is why I took the picture because, yeah, since I had never seen it before at any of the other events from last year, it was like, well, why not take that picture? Oh, actually didn't do too bad of a job. Yeah, I didn't do too bad of a job, did it? See the crop, and it cropped it nicely. Okay, so this time automatic worked. Um, hold on. Oh, there is something that I forgot to do. Geometry. Okay, so it looks like in here is the moire that helps get rid of the fringing on the edges. It's really interesting how they adjusted it in this program. Like that. Alright, so and along that 17th Avenue, there weren't as many people, although it still was a lot faster to walk on the sidewalk than um, it was to walk on the street. So we'll do daylight for that, and then we'll down the exposure, the highlights, that up, that up. Then we'll want to turn down the blacks too much, as it turns out. We'll do like that, and it looks like the clear view it is. So try to increase the contrast, so that we can really make this pop. And I'll also what I can to, or I'll also increase the detail. Color Effects Pro. We'll add in some vibrancy, saturation. Um, need anything else? No, we don't need anything else. All right. And we'll sunlight filter here. Said we'll. Oh, okay. So that'll load up. All right. Okay, so there's a sunlight filter. That down a little bit like that. On the brightness, turn down the contrast a bit. On that. Add in the brilliance warmth filter and a little extra saturation. Warm it up just a bit. Don't need too much perceptive saturation. And then finally, detail extractor. This dark contrast one. Oh, nope, that's not gonna work. Alright, so the detail extractor down. Okay, we'll apply it, and I do not see any um I do not see any dust spots. Apply and did apply it, okay. And if there aren't any dust spots, we'll export it. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go have my lunch. Uh, yes, what I'll do is let me just my be right back screen there. There. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have lunch, and once I'm done lunch, I'll come back and continue with the editing of these photos. We'll see you all after lunch. over her head. Uh, hold on. Okay, looks like I was got a raid while I was away for lunch. Pia, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Oh, um, yeah, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Yeah, yeah, if any of you for the raid are still here, let me just check to make sure. So, if anybody is here from the raid, I really appreciate it. Uh, welcome in everybody. I'm doing a photo editing stream today. Um, yeah, I was yeah. So if any of you are still here for the raid, yeah, I was having lunch. Yeah. See if I got any follows. Hold on. Let me just give the shout out anyway. Sure. And hopefully your stream went well. Yeah. Thank you again for the raid. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I was away for lunch, so and let's see here. Uh, the shady. If you're still here, yeah. There's no photos of. There's not really any photos of dogs in this that I got. Oh, um, hold on. Gotta restart my stream here. Second, everybody. Uh, Looks like OBS disconnected just as I got back. Um, so I'll just stop the stream and then start it up again. I'll just be right back, everybody. Hey, everybody, I'm back. Yeah, what happened was just as I got back, modem, um, my modem didn't exactly. Uh, I decided to not work, so yeah, I had to. Um, so I had to restart the modem. So yeah, that took a little while. But anyway, I'm back now, and yeah, and as I was saying, to get out. Yeah, I was having lunch when I got raided, so yeah, that's what happened there. Yeah, yeah. But anyway, now I'm back. Yeah, so if anybody from the raid is still in, if anybody from the raid is still here, yeah, there's no photos of dogs. Yeah, it's photos I took from the Lilac Festival a couple of weeks ago. Um, so when did 25 minutes ago? So yeah, I didn't even hear the sound alerts go off because while I was having lunch, my dad was making some soup, so we had the fan on, so that would have drowned out any sound alerts completely. So yeah, I wouldn't have heard it. But thank you again for the raid, P. I really appreciate it. Hopefully your chatting stream went well. Um, yeah, so where we left off was with this food truck, and here's another food truck. And this is another food truck that I didn't see when I was at the Lilac Festival. Um, so, uh, yeah, that's why I decided to take the picture of this one. Yeah, okay, so it was a taco food truck there. Um, yeah, so it was a taco food truck. Uh, Screen one here. Um, So let's see which we start off with. Um, we'll do the perspective editing first. We'll do an auto. Okay, so there's the crop. Fortunately, there's no way to shift anything. No, there isn't. Uh, all right, so then we'll check for any fringing. Okay, right. So looks like that took care of the fringing here. Um, yeah, I did see that comment about hoping that it was photos of dogs. Um, uh, but yeah, there weren't any photos of dogs here. It's food trucks and vendors and and concerts that concerts that were at the Lilac Festival here. Um, looks like yeah, the looks like everything looks good there. All right, so we'll get to the we'll do these edits here. Um, oh no, we want to decrease the exposure here. Okay, and then decrease the highlights, increase the midtones, increase the shadows here. The blacks. Right, so we'll do that, and we'll add that, and then yeah, we'll try it. Yeah, but again, as you can see from the number of people here, yeah, there were a lot of people here going to the Lilac Festival here. Yeah, let's do just because of the number of people, we won't do as much detail enhancement here. We won't do too much contrast here, because yeah, there's just too many people there. And um, that's a vibrancy, some saturation here. Right, and I think that's it. Let me just see the geometry. Yeah, I think that, okay, so I think that'll be fine. So we'll send it over to Color Effects Pro here. Right, so we'll add the sunlight filter here. Oh, guess we gotta wait for it to properly load, but yeah, we'll add the sunlight filter. Um, we'll do that. Right, and we'll do that there. And yeah, we'll apply. Don't really do any. Actually, no. Um, and what we'll do it. We'll do that again. Right, then we'll that. Right, and yeah, we'll have to start this again with the sunlight filter, and then add in the detail enhancement filter. Well, we'll do that. Right, and Okay, and turn down the saturation a bit, and then we'll add the detail enhancement filter, or the detail extractor. Turn that down a bit. That. Saturation a little bit. Okay, so we'll apply that. Okay, and yeah, we'll export it to disk now. Okay, so interesting how Overlap crashed again today. Crashed earlier in the stream. All right, so luckily, we already applied all those adjustments to that. So now we can move on to the next one. Yeah, this one I was able to get head on, sort of. Again, with the number of people, as you can see, there was a long lineup there. Yeah, not exactly very, not exactly very easy to get the picture. Um, Even after I kept trying to wait for things to clear up, it didn't quite work out that way. See if maybe we can that. Right, so do that. Okay, so that seemed to work better with the manual editing for the chromatic aberration. Let's see how the perspective editing works. And we'll do the crop. I guess that'll have to do. All right, and all right. Okay, so we'll turn down the filter a little bit, and on the highlights, we'll increase the midtones, increase the shadows, turn on those blacks. Oh, it's a churros. Yeah, it's a churros food truck. Um, Churros food truck. Okay, yeah, that wasn't at any of the other events I went to last year. Um, what else is there that needs to be done? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We have to do the contrast. Advanced settings there. So we'll do that. Do that. And then we'll do that. And we'll do that. And we'll add a little extra vibrancy and a little extra saturation there. I think we'll add the sunlight filter and we'll add the sunlight filter and we'll add the detail enhancer from ClearFX Pro here. And the reason, in case you're wondering what that define is, that I believe is noise reduction, but because this was taken at ISO 100, no noise reduction is necessary. Okay, so there's the sunlight filter. So we'll turn that down. That. And then we'll do that. We'll add a detail extractor here. Turn that down. Down the contrast a bit. Turn down the saturation a bit. Apply there. Right, so we'll export that. Wait, I think I might have exported the wrong one. I was supposed to, yeah, I think I exported the wrong one. So, right, we'll go to the photo library. We'll go to this one. Yep, I exported the wrong one. So, let's remove. There it is. Right, so now let's go back. Excuse me. Oh, and just get to scroll to the right place. There it is. All right, here's another one of the food trucks. Okay, so it's a Brazilian street food truck here. Um, so the first thing we'll definitely have to do is the perspective editing. Yeah, that definitely worked, and now we'll check to see if there's any dust spots that need to be removed. This way it'll allow me to determine if I have to go into Infinity Photo or not. Okay, and doesn't look like there's any dust spots that need to be edited, or need to be removed, I should say. So, yeah, that's good. Let's go here. That. Right, so there we go. Oh, we have to go like that. All right, and then we'll put in the daylight to white balance here, and the highlights here. Okay, we'll do the midtones, shadows here. We'll do blacks, turn them down a little bit. Then we'll do that. And because there's fewer people in here, we can actually add a little extra, little extra contrast in here. Right, and oh, we want to increase the contrast so we can get more detail out of it. Okay. There's not much I don't know how much of the extra. Oh, okay, yeah, I thought I saw the chromatic aberration there. What else do we need? Okay, so we'll do that. Right, and there's the sunlight filter. Okay, so there. That. Okay, and we'll turn down the contrast a bit. That down, and then the detail enhancer once it's here. Right. Turn that down a bit. Contrast. Saturation. Alright, so we'll apply that. And we'll make sure to export the correct file. And export the correct edited picture. Here's another one that, here's another food truck. As you can see, it had basically various types of hot dogs. It had burgers, as you can see. um, and you can see those prices. Yeah, you can definitely see those prices. See how expensive it was. Um, Not sure. It's hard to say if there's any dust spots there. It's really hard to. Oh yes, yes, I see one. I see one there. So we're gonna have to take this into Affinity Photo then afterwards. See if there's any other fringing. Um, right. Can do something here. Well, that's the best that can be done. And we'll do the perspective editing. Hold on. Check how it looks. Okay, and the crop tool. Oh, uh, okay, there we go. Uh, that. Let's see if no, it doesn't do it on its own. Okay, we have to do the crop bar. We're gonna have to do the crop manually. Do an unconstrained one, so in that way, don't worry so much. Okay, so that did work. Okay. Okay, so now we can get to editing here, right? And that. Turn on the highlights here. There are the midtones. There are the shadows. We. Oh, turn on the blacks a little bit, and that, and yeah, since there aren't as many people here walking in front of that, we can actually turn up all this contrast. And try and get as much detail out of it as possible out of this food truck. Oh yeah, this definitely see um, get extra vibrancy, extra saturation. Do that with the. We'll put in the detail enhancer, and we'll also um, put in the sunlight filter from here. Right, and we do like that, and now the contrast a bit, now that saturation a little bit. Then, and here's the detail extractor. Um, so there it is, and then we'll apply that and make sure to clean that up in Affinity Photos so that we can remove that dust spot there. And then here it is, and yeah, there's that one dust spot, and this right here we'll just check to make sure that there's no other fringing that needs to be removed. And it looks like it's pretty good. Okay, the only thing we need to do is that, and this. Prove this thing. Prove that since I don't know what that is. Could have been a cloud, but who knows. Um, don't see anything else. Well, I guess we can get rid of that. Okay, so here we can do the Control 0 to get it back to the main picture, or the uh, large picture. Okay, so now, oh, okay, I'll have to do a renaming here. Let's rename this in here. No, 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 we don't want to, that. Okay, so now here's the next thing, and this is a hot dog vendor here. You know, like, I don't know if where you're, any of you are located. You see these hot dog vendors with the with these stands and all that like this on the street corner. So yeah, here's the here's a hot dog vendor here, and doesn't look like really we need to do any perspective editing or anything like that, so we can get straight to the regular editing. Um, Turn that down. We'll turn down the highlights, up the midtones, up the shadows. We don't want to turn on the blacks too much then. All right. And we'll add a bit of contrast. This one we don't really have to do too much contrast or too much detail enhancement. But I've never seen a hot dog vendor on on any of the street corners here before. Uh, and I certainly haven't seen any at any events before, so that's why I took this picture. Okay, so we'll go into Color Effects Pro here. And the only thing we really need to do is sunlight filter, and that's it. Right, and like that. Right, so we'll apply it. Right, and then we'll come on. Okay, so wait, where is that picture? Okay, so let's export it. Go into the next one. Right. So first, do this one. So that worked. Let me just check to make sure. Not to do any extra editing. Yeah, we'll have to do a little extra with the chromatic aberration. Okay. That worked. Now, do perspective editing and better of a job, and crop in tiger sugar. I think the reason why I stood at this angle was simply because the lineup was so huge that, yeah, I wanted to. I can only get this kind of an angle for the picture. Um, and not sure what it is. They sold there, but anyway, so that turn down that on the highlights, increase the midtones, shadows on the blacks, and we'll that. Yeah, we want the contrast. Do a little bit here, contrast here, and a little extra here. We'll send it off to Blur Effects. I don't think we're gonna get too much detail enhancement out of this. So, I'll put in the sunlight filter. Right, and the contrast on that. We'll apply that. Then we'll apply that. Okay, now we'll export that. What's going on here? And we'll be okay, so where is it? Oh, here it is. So I'll export that to disk. Okay, now this next one. This is actually what another band that was playing, but as you can see, all they were practicing. No, not practicing. They were setting up. Their concert hadn't started yet, so yeah, I gotta. Oh yeah, I tried to wait for their concert to start, but yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it hadn't started. And, I decided to just keep walking down, but I did get a few pictures of them setting up, as you can see. Um, oh, fringing. I have to see. Oh, okay. So there with the color fringing, and don't really have to do anything. That okay. And yeah, here I think it was getting um a little cloudy, or maybe not. I'm not sure. So we'll turn on the tones, or we'll turn up the midtones a bit, turn up the shadows a bit, and turn on the whites, turn on those blacks. Um, well, yeah, the clouds might have started to come a bit. I don't know. Turn that up a bit. That up a bit. Right, and I think we really need to do any uh, perspective editing, and so I'll export that. We don't really have to do any other editing to it. Export it. We'll go in here. Anyway, so here's the next photo, and again, this is another one of them um, setting up for the start of the performance. And in case you're wondering what these, what that is, and all that, it's such. They had some police cars block off the road there, so that way no cars would drive onto onto 17th Avenue and 4th Street. And yeah, some issues there. We'll have to raise that a bit. Okay. Contrast a bit, decrease the highlights. Yeah, they also had the police cars there, direct traffic, so in that way people wouldn't go on to 17th Avenue. So now they have, or since they put the Lilac Festival over there, we don't really need anything there. The structure, we can turn down the haze. Oh, no, we'll do cloudy. I think the clouds kind of started to form over there. Not 100% sure. I think that's good. Yes, we'll go to the next one, and yeah, again, I was continuing to wait to see when they would start, and well, you'll see it in a second. This one guitarist, he was somewhere off over there. I think he went to their car. Well, yeah, we're gonna have to definitely straighten this picture out. Go. So yeah, uh, and because I just couldn't wait any longer, this set of two pictures, I decided, okay, you know what? I'll just go down if these have started by when I walk back this way. I'll take the picture. I did manage to get a few pictures of their performance when they actually did start. Well, not when they did start, like they were already performing. Yeah, they were already performing by the time I was walking back in that direction, so I was able to get pictures on my way back as I was getting ready to leave the Lilac Festival. Okay, so we'll turn up the midtones and the shadows, down the whites, and turn down the blacks there. So we'll do that. That with the haze. Oh, yeah, I think it was cloudy at this point in time. And yeah, that's all we need to do. All right. We'll export that. And here's the last photo I got of this band setting up before their performance. Where I decided to just say, okay, uh, I'll see if I can catch them on the way back. I was able to. Okay. Oh, yeah. I was just checking my OBS because, yeah, sometimes with OBS, yeah, I can lose connection with the microphone and all that. So yeah, just had to check my OBS there. Okay, so do that. Okay, so we'll increase the exposure there, contrast there. It's the highlights, or not increase the highlights, decrease the highlights, increase the midtones, then the shadows, turn down the whites, turn down the blacks. Okay, and that for haze, then cloudy. Don't need too much saturation and vibrance, so that down. Oh, wait. Cancel that first, because yeah, something tells me. Yep, have to turn down that fringing there. Okay, now we can export it. Right, so now I can. Okay, so that will have to okay, so this one we'll have to edit at or in this program, and yeah, this is Ski Lake Louise. Yeah, this is the Lake Louise tourism people. Yeah, I've actually stayed at Lake Louise before. I've done a little bit of hiking there, and there are some good hiking trails. Although, yeah, they close off Moraine Lake and the actual Lake Louise to cars, so yeah, you can't really go hiking there anymore. Uh, they close all that off, which really sucks. Okay, so here we go, and then I think they also closed off to cars Highway 1A, so you can't actually go hiking at Johnston Canyon anymore, which also really sucks. I've actually done the Johnston Canyon hike, and both the lower falls and the upper falls are really nice. Yeah, they look really great, those two falls. Okay, and let's see what kind of crop it does. So, uh, strained. Get that. Um, close that and um. Okay, so yeah, that's about the so it's gonna look. Yeah. So anyway, but the Johnson Canyon hike, yeah, it's a really nice hike. If they ever reopen it, it's definitely one that if they ever reopen Highway 1A to cars, I would recommend the Johnson Canyon hike because yeah, that's those two falls are really nice looking. Um, that and we'll do that. Yeah, we don't really need too much contrast, so I'm not gonna add too much to it. Very little, very little here. All right, and we'll do that. We'll very little vibrancy, very little saturation there. I think we'll add a sunlight filter, and that's about all we have to add. Okay. And we'll do the sunlight filter there, and yeah, that's all we add. On the brightness a bit. Contrast, yeah. On the saturation. apply that, then hopefully it allows me to work to disk then. That's okay. Gotta make sure I remember the more. So I'll export that. Right now, and now here's one of the live performances, the live non-musical performances, I should say, at the Lilac Festival. Here they are doing a dance. I don't, I'm not quite sure what the dance was. I came in right at, like literally right at the end. I came in, and luckily I was able to get a few pictures of it. I don't know exactly what kind of dance they were doing. Okay, so we'll do that. Um, then I don't see any chromatic aberration here, so I think we're good here. Let's see, and then we'll do the crop here. Actually, that kind of looks a little crooked, doesn't it? Okay, there we go. So there's some. Oh. Uh, there. Oh, here we go. Distortion. That doesn't work. That didn't work. Oh, that didn't work. Right, and there's the barrel distortion. Oh, okay. I guess this is just how it looks. Anyway, daylight now. That, and then the white balance there, and then the exposure will turn down. We want to turn down those highlights, increase the midtones, increase the shadows. Oh, we don't really want to turn on the blacks at all, or very little. That. We'll do that. Very little contrast we need. Don't need to add too much, so very little. So little that, yeah, it's not very visible. Alright, and, hey, oh yeah, the vibrancy and the saturation. Okay, I guess we can add a sunlight filter to it. Alright, so, well, hey, Wasted Sally, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How have you been? It's been a while since you've both been in streams and since you've been streaming. How have you been? All right, so on that light strength, we'll turn on the brightness a bit, and on the contrast, we'll turn down that saturation so it's not as heavily saturated there. All right, and well, I've been good. Yeah, I've been busy myself. Yeah, when was it last weekend? I finally finished. No, not last weekend. Almost a week and a half ago, I finally finished the first draft of my book, and now that's in editing. Yeah, my brother is editing it, and then also I was able to get the pictures February and March. Yeah, and then finally, end of May, I was able to start getting some photos again. I went to this kayak competition, and yeah, I got some photos there. Yeah, and then I went to this Lilac Festival 2.5 weeks ago, or almost 2.5 weeks ago. So I was able to get the photos from this. Then yeah, also just yeah, I've been streaming a lot. Yeah, and then also, yeah, my dad had a hernia surgery over a month ago now, and he's almost fully recovered from that. Uh, and just a lot has been going on with me. Right, so let's hope that. Okay, so we have to give it some time before we export. Yeah, yeah, definitely. A lot's been going on. Yeah, definitely a lot has been going on. But yeah, it's good to hear that you've been doing well. All right, so don't I don't think any distortion is gonna really be fixed here. Let's see. Let's see. What the volume do for me? We want that. Let me choose horizontal, vertical. Nope. Settings. No. I don't think that's gonna work. All right. So we got the more there. All right. And for those of you who were in any of my photoing streams last year, if that looks that whole tent and floor setup looks familiar, that's because that's where it was at the Mardi Gras Street Festival that I done the photoing stream for last year. Yeah, so that's why that would look familiar. I remember when I went there, when I walked by there, I was like, I think that was what they set up at Mardi Gras last year. Yeah, so yeah, that I definitely so yeah, that I was able to recognize right away. So we'll do that, and very little contrast, not too much here. Very little. You don't have to over contrast here. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll do that, and then this, and then it's a little bit of vibrancy and not much saturation here. And you'll go there and yeah, I don't know what other performances they had there on this particular dance floor. Yeah, by the time um yeah, like after I got the few photos from here, I continued walking down the street, and then when I was walking back, there wasn't anything going on. Okay, so we'll do the sunlight filter here. That, and then we'll turn down the brightness, on the contrast, and we'll want to turn down that saturation so it's not overly saturated. Okay, so yeah, before I try to export to disk, I have to give it a few seconds. Right, and then export. Okay, yeah, so don't go right away like that. All right. And yeah, we don't really have to straighten this one out. We do want to turn down that chromatic aberration there. I think there's much, but still a good idea to turn it down. Okay. And no. Oh, we want to do that for the white balance there. Then for the exposure down a little bit. And the highlights will turn down with the midtones. with those shadows. Let's turn down the blacks just a bit. I'm going to turn on those two things. That. We do that. Then we do that. Then we do that. Just a little bit of vibrancy, a little bit of not too much saturation. Have to do a little bit. And we'll add the sunlight filter there. One thing that I find about that sunlight filter is it actually lowers the, or it actually lowers the intensity of the sun from the way it's shining. Right, so we do that. Down the contrast, especially the saturation. Alright, so we'll apply that. And yeah, we have to just wait a few seconds before we try to export it. Right, and export to disk. Okay. Now, here's the last of the pictures I got from that performance there. Something tells me that this was getting close to the end of their performance because yeah, it was yeah, pretty close to the end, or not pretty close to the end because I think it's like as if the concerts were almost done, at least at that point in time, or at least some of them were just starting, and this was probably getting close to ending. Uh, Actually, I think I remember the guy saying something like that, like we'll do one more, and that's gonna be it for us. So, yeah, there you go. That might, yeah. So, say that there was the end or close to the end of their performance. Okay, so we'll turn down the highlights here. Okay, we'll turn on the midtones, turn on the shadows, turn on the blacks. Okay, and then turn that on, and very little contrast is needed here. Don't have to do too much. Literally just a little bit like that, and not too much vibrance, too much saturation here. Right, and we're going to Blur Effects Pro here. And we'll make sure to put on the sunlight filter. Right in there. And we'll turn that down. Turn that down. Right, and we'll apply that. So we'll apply that. And alright. And export. Okay, yeah, so being a little slower with that is a good idea. Alright, now what is this one? Oh, a Putin truck. As you can see, the high prices. And I will tell you this, that there were a lot of people during the festival. Yes, there were a lot of people lining up for the food trucks, but there were people who were going to the gas stations and going to the restaurants because they were cheaper than the food trucks. Because, yeah, as you can see with some of the prices, yeah, pretty expensive. Alright, so, um, let's see, what kind of, so, that looks like, definitely turning on that more was important because, yeah, somehow, I don't know. Okay, so it looks like everything's good with this one. Now we'll go to the geometry, perspective editing, the auto crop. I don't know why that's selected. The search bar, maybe minimizing and maximizing. Nope, that didn't do anything. Anyway, oh, selecting something there is what was needed. We'll turn that down. Exposure, we'll turn down the highlights, midtones, up the shadows, turn on the blacks a little bit, right? And I wonder, are there any dust spots that need to be added? Ooh, looks like we'll have to do something about that chromatic aberration here. We can. Nope, can be done. So we'll go back to that step. Okay, now check for dust spots. Doesn't look like there are any that need to be removed, at least not from what I can tell. Alright, and the contrast, definitely want to increase that a bit so we get more detail out of it. Right, and we'll do that. Add a little extra there. Add a little extra there. You know what? Yeah, I don't think, well, we'll see about the detail enhancement filter. Alright, so we'll turn that down. Do that with the light temperature. Down the brightness a bit. On the contrast, turn on that saturation. Then, for those of you who have just joined the photo editing streams here, yeah, and you're not familiar with Nik Collection 6, now what you have to do in color effects is if you want to add a filter, you have to click this plus sign. Otherwise, yeah, it just replaces the filter you were working with. And something that they took out was an add filter button. So yeah, it's just something that you have to keep in mind. Right, so we'll turn down the contrast a bit, down that saturation a bit. All right. All right, so we'll export that. Oh, now here's two more street performers. I know that's a string instrument. I don't know exactly what exactly. Okay, don't know exactly what they're called though. Yeah, they are string instruments. That else. Uh, okay, so yeah, but yeah, as you can see, yeah, kind of try to figure out the right zoom so now I could get both of the performers here. Yeah, I don't know what this string instrument is actually called though. Um, but yeah, yeah, there are those two string instruments there. So we'll turn on those highlights, the midtones, increase the shadows. Okay, so on the blacks a little bit. Do the smart lighting, and that worked out with the Clearview Plus. We don't have to do too much contrast, so we'll turn that down. Like, so have to do very little, not too much. Okay, and we don't have to do too much vibrancy or saturation. All we have to do here is add in the what is it? Sunlight filter. All right, and sunlight filter here. Okay. With the light temperature, turn down the brightness, turn down the contrast, turn down that saturation. Apply it. Right, and then, so definitely waiting a few seconds helped, didn't crash on me. Right, and here's another picture of the two performers on that instrument there. I don't know what that instrument is, so yeah, uh, so I can't really tell you uh, exactly what they were playing there. I do know it's a string instrument. Now we'll do the daylight there, on the exposure a bit, on those highlights, midtones, shadows, blacks a bit. Do that. Right in. And we don't need we don't need a whole lot of contrast. Very little like that. Very little. Oh yeah, and the saturation and vibrance as well. Again, you don't need too much. So what we'll do is we'll add the sunlight filter. Okay. So we'll do that. Maybe we can increase the brightness a bit here. And we can increase the saturation. Alright, we'll apply that. I thought I hadn't pressed the apply button there. Okay. And we'll export that to disk. Right. Okay, and this is the last picture I got of these two playing that string instrument. Um, when it comes down to Lilac Festival, because there's just so much going on, you can't really spend too much time at each spot where there's a performance, whether it's the bands playing or the street performers. You just have to get wherever, especially if you're taking pictures, you have to get whatever pictures you can take and move on to the next thing. Right? Okay, and we'll do that and that. And then we'll go into Color Effects Pro so now we can put in the sunlight filter. I've noticed that sunlight filter really helps soften out the harshness of the sun when it comes down to uh, being outside. Down and I just turn on the saturation there. All right. Now, all right. So yes, this is one of the food vendors who um, uh, yeah, as you can see from the price, yeah, pretty expensive. Anyway, this is one of the food vendors that didn't have their own food truck. They decided to set up along the street there, um, and looks like they were selling cakes, various types of cakes, including cupcakes. Yeah, pretty expensive prices. Let's check. Okay. Alright, and let's see. Okay, everything looks to be good. And let me just see if there's any perspective editing that. Nope. Don't know what perspective editing there was. To tell the truth. Hold on. Let's see what it looks like cropped. Okay, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that'll definitely work. Okay, and we'll, oh, no, it wasn't cloudy, it was sunny out. So we'll turn down that, exposure, we'll turn on the highlights, midtones, shadows, oh, decrease the blacks a bit. Okay, so that, and we want that. Alright, and I guess we could do a little extra contrast, not too much. A whole lot. Don't really need a whole lot there. Same thing with the saturation vibrance. Um, okay, so I'll send it into color effects here. Right, and there's the sunlight filter. Yeah, I think the brightness this time is just right. On the contrast, on the saturation a bit. We'll apply that. Alright. Then we'll export that. This one, Calgary Folk Music Festival. Ah, yes, this is a pretty big summer music festival in Calgary. I know a lot of different artists come for it, and it's usually held all over the place. Maybe it's held at McMahon Stadium. I'm not sure. Maybe there are performances at McMahon Stadium. Not 100% sure. Um, yeah, definitely. It's a pretty big event that happens. Uh, so down the exposure there, turn down the highlights, down the midtones, down the shadows, or turn up the midtones and turn up the shadows. Yeah. All right. So we don't really need extra contrast here or too much. So like as you can see, very little, very little here. Oh, vibrancy, saturation there. Oh, looks like I will have to send this over to Affinity Photo after coming up with the sunlight filter. And that. Oh, that's the skylight filter. That's not sunlight. There it is. I was like, should there be more stuff to edit there? Right, so we'll apply that. Okay, and this time we'll. And let's see. What's it? Here it is. And yeah, we just have to remove those dust spots. I don't think there's any fringing that has to be removed. I'll just double check. Ooh. Um. Well, let's close it. Let's let's send this in there again and Oh, no, 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 no. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Do that. I didn't notice this until just now. It looks like I'll have to some fringe removal in there too. Well, that's not too bad. I mean, I moved it quite a bit. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll send it in there again, overwrite it. That way we can do the filter again. Right, and that. On the brightness a bit. On the contrast a bit. Right, and we'll apply that. And right again in here. Is this one. So I don't think it's a little. Okay, we'll have to see what we can do here. Color, defringe, and way. Oh, okay, that's the best that we can. That's the best that is possible. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll remove that dust spot there. Okay, and that. And we'll get rid of that dust spot since it's there. No other ones. It's not from what I can tell. I don't see anything visible here. Oh, we'll get rid of that. Okay, and I didn't see any other fringing, so we'll just export that. Export. And then we'll export that. Right, and next up, Okotoks Dogs Baseball. Yes, this is well, the only baseball team that's in the Calgary area. Yeah, they used to be called the Calgary Dogs, and they played at Foothill Stadium, and then they were kicked out of Foothill Stadium when the Calgary Vipers started playing. Calgary Vipers then folded a number of years ago, and Dogs moved to Okotoks. There was a new baseball stadium that was built, and so now the Okotoks Dogs. Let's see. Do here. That's a lot of fringing there. See what we can do here to get rid of all that. Well, that worked. Okay. Alright, and no perspective editing that's needed. That. On the exposure. On those highlights. Midtones. The shadows. Got to just decrease the blacks a bit. Like that. Not really that much we need to do with regards to contrast. Actually, got a little extra vibrance, a little extra saturation, and actually, I think we can work to disk here. It's not too bad. Oh, wait, what's... Oh, I thought for a second, yeah, there was a problem there anyway. And let's see which one this is. Oh, this is one of the pizza vendors that were along 4th Street there. Um, and as you can see, there was quite a lineup there for the pizza. Uh, and again, this was as close as I could get to getting the picture, just because again, see a lot of people there on the street. Yeah, so when I said that there were a lot of people, yeah, I wasn't kidding. Right? And oh, um, yeah, I don't know what happened there. How this ended up down here. Well, that was interesting. I don't know how that happened. Anyway, so we'll do that, and yeah. Okay, now, right, and yeah, I don't think any geometry will be needed, but we'll just see. Okay, yeah, I guess that'll work, and after that we do the auto crop, yep. Right, and daylight there for that. We'll down the exposure, down those highlights, midtones, shadows, down the blacks, right, and then that. Okay, and then let's do a little bit of the regular contrast. I won't even touch the other ones because um, that. Definitely here we'll need the sunlight filter. Yeah, definitely here we're going to need that sunlight filter. Oh, I thought I selected it. Okay, right. So, let's see. Sunlight filter. Down the light strength. Brightness there. On the contrast. And on the saturation. Alright. And now export that to disk. Um, this oh, here's a hot dog, another hot dog vendor. I'm not sure if this is a food. I'm not sure if this is a food truck or not, but I do know this is a hot dog vendor. Well, corn dog vendor that also sells mini donuts. Actually, I think I recognize something similar to this being at the Calgary Stampede when I worked there in 2002. Something similar that sold mini donuts and corn dogs. So that's pretty interesting. And we will we'll do that. Let's see if maybe we can something about this. Yep, that worked. And well, it worked there. I don't think any perspective editing will be needed here. Okay, so daylight, down the exposure, down the highlights, okay, the midtones, the shadows, down the blacks a little bit, smart lighting, that, right, and well, we'll add some contrast, not too much, um, because there's a whole line of people. That. that, that, and that. And I don't know if the sunlight filter is really needed here. Um, it's pretty good without the sunlight filter, so we'll that. All right, and oh, okay, so this was a Studio Bell booth. I think Studio Bell is basically where the National Music Center is in Calgary. Um, yeah, the building is a interesting one. Like it's two separate buildings, and there's a plus 15. Well, actually, it's higher than 15 meters, 15 feet, whatever. It's higher than that, and I think there's offices on this little connection. And you want to cross the street, you can cross the street there. Okay, so first we'll do perspective editing. Yeah, that kind of worked. It's a little um stretched, a little bit stretched there. So let's see. Um, it's a little bit, yeah, it's a little stretched. So yeah, that looks a little better because that other way looked a little stretched to me. So yeah, this looks a little better. And actually, um, that, yeah, okay, that looks a little better. Doesn't look so stretched, and it doesn't look the way it did. Right, and let's check the fringing. Okay, let's see if we can. Oh, I guess that's pretty good. All right, and let's see. So let's do daylight for the white balance. That down. Turn on the highlights, midtones. Turn up the shadows. Really turn on those blacks too much because yeah, there's a lot of black colored stuff there. Okay. Oh, smart lighting, the Clearview Plus works. Yeah, don't really need much contrast here. Um, very little. Right, and a little bit here. Here. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we'll do the sunlight filter in here. Let's see how it works out. Right, so we'll that, do that, and then the brightness a bit, and we'll turn down that contrast. Or not, yeah, turn on the contrast, turn down that saturation. All right. Okay, and now and export that. Okay, and here's another. Okay, so the next picture is another concert. As you can see, uh, there was a couple of saxophonists, a person playing the trombone. Yeah, I don't know if this was the same band as 4 years ago or not. But yeah, it was really cool being able to see a band with some people playing the sax here. So that was really cool to be able to see that. Let's see that, and perspective editing. Okay, this isn't gonna work. This doesn't really. The only thing that's needed really is this crop. Yeah, that's all that's needed. It's a little too much. Okay. And yeah, that's okay. There we go. And this was in the shade. So that was in the shade there. This week, just the exposure here. On the highlights of the midtones. That. Okay, and then we'll do the smart lighting. And that. Actually, okay, very little contrast is needed. I won't even touch those ones and don't really need too much saturation. And I won't put it in, because this was in the shade, we don't really have to anything else. Right, and now the next one, the horizon here. Crop. Yeah, this time it got the horizon right. And this was in the shade. Do that. On those highlights. Midtones. Shadows. Down a little bit. Smart lighting. Clear view. That. Yeah, we won't even touch those. And yeah, this was a really cool concert. How many pictures of it did I get? Oh, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures. Okay, so yeah, like I said, there was so much going on at the Lilac Festival. You can only get so many pictures of everything. But yeah, I was able to get some pictures there. Okay. Oh, this definitely looks like it's so way more than it needed to be. So drop it. Let's do. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so now that's the shade. Oh. And we'll raise the exposure. We'll do that with the highlights. We'll do that with the midtones, shadows, and we'll do that. Right? And that with the contrast. Okay. Oh, that's all we really need because this was in the shade. We don't have to run the sunlight filter. Um, all right. And no, first we'll do that. And right, and have to that. And then we'll add, okay, yep, that's good. And then those in the shade. And then just the exposure, turn on those highlights. That, that. Smart lighting, do that. Oh, that's something I might have forgotten. Yeah, so yeah, I forgot that one with the other two, I think. Yeah, so we'll probably have to go back. And a little bit of contrast, a little bit of vibrancy in that. No, 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 no. Not that one. This one. Okay. So we're gonna have to. Right. So this one we're gonna have to do and record it again. Right, and then this one as well. Oh, well, I'll have to Horizon a bit more. That way, that's better. That's better. Okay, that for that. All right, and wait, that's straight, so we don't have to do that. So we'll just have to do that thing and fade. Increase the exposure. Increase the highlights, midtones, shadows. We decrease that. Smart lighting, the clear view, a bit of contrast. That, oh, like that. Okay, and then some vibrancy. Yeah, that'll be good. And final, and then this one. Export this. So, yeah, that ended up straight as well. We'll just do that. Just make sure. Okay. Then that with the shade, the exposure, and the highlights, tones and the shadows there. That down. Smart lighting and that. A little bit of contrast. Do like that. All right. And finally, I think the final pictorial edit today on stream is this one. Yeah, this ended up, it's kind of interesting how it ended up so overexposed. It was at ISO 100, so I don't know what happened there. But anyway, yeah, this was a Calgary Sports Club, and as you can see, they had some kind of a beanbag toss game here. Yeah, and basically, you stand somewhere, don't know where, and try and toss beanbags through the hole here. And if you stand somewhere over there, I guess you could try and throw the beanbags through the hole there. So that's pretty much what it was. Okay, so let's see, perspective editing. Um, okay, and then I wanted to try and straighten it out also. That'll work. Yeah, that looks straight. And we'll that with more right there, so that just check to see if we can the chromatic any fringing here. Let's be dealt with. Well, we'll see. Okay, and all right. So now let's so we'll start off with that, and here we have to decrease the exposure quite a bit. Turn down those highlights, midtones a bit, the shadows a bit. I guess we can do that. Smart lighting, clear view. Don't really need too much contrast. that, that, do that. Yeah, so what I'll do is also I'll add in the detail enhancement. Or not the detail enhancement, but the sunlight filter. I'll soften that out a little bit. Okay. And we'll do that. We'll turn down the saturation a bit. Okay, we'll apply it. Right. And then we'll export that. Okay, and right, so I think that'll be all that I'll edit today. Okay, we'll close that as well. Okay, so before I find somebody to rate, I'd like to share some links with you. The first one is the link to my campsite.bio website. Uh, the oh, just brush everything here. Right. I was in such a rush to get stream rebooted that I completely forgot that. But anyway, the campsite.bio website. On that website, you'll see the links to my writing website, my photography website, my other social media. So if you want to follow me on any of my other social media, you can click that link um, uh, you can go through the list and follow me on the social media that we're both on. Here's a link to my writing website. If you're interested in buying my books and interested in or interested in checking out my books and interested in buying them, you can click that link in the navigation bar. Uh, you click books written, then all the books that I've published so far will show up. There's also buttons there that'll take you straight to the retailer listing in case you're interested in buying yourself a copy of one of my books. Here's a link to my photography website. On that website, you can find all the information about my photography business here in Calgary, what I do, my portfolio, and all the other stuff that's related to my photography business. And then also, there's a shop on there. If you want to buy prints, digital downloads, and photo products of my nature and street photos, you can click shop in the navigation bar and go through the list of product categories in there and see if there's anything in there that you'd like to buy. Here's a link to my Patreon page and the link to my Subscribe Star page. If you're interested in supporting my photography, you can sign up for 3 tiers of membership on there. On those two websites, first tier is photos I'm sharing on any of my other social media. Second tier is early access to digital downloads of my photos before they go live on the e-commerce website, as well as exclusive coupons to the e-commerce website. And the third tier, once I figure out how to get it to work, it's going to be early access to the VODs of my live stream videos. What I do is, sometime after stream, I post them onto YouTube, Rumble, and BitChute, in case anybody missed me live. So once I figure out how to get that third tier to work, or once I figure out how to get videos properly to upload onto the Patreon subscribe store, that'll be early access to the VODs before they go live on the other 3 websites. Here's a link to my Buy Me a Coffee page. It's another way you can support my photography. You can leave a donation if you want. You can also sign up for 2 tiers of membership. First tier is photos I haven't shared on any of my other social media, as well as the coupons to the e-commerce website, and then the second tier, once I figure out how to get it to work, it's going to be early access to the VODs of my live stream videos. And the final link I'd like to share with you is the link to my wish list on this page. Like, you don't have to buy me anything. There's no obligation. There's no requirement. But if you want to see what's on the wish list, you can click that link and see what's there. And if you do happen to buy me something, it's during stream, an alert will play. There's the generic Throne Gifts picture, and there's also a sound alert that's a Party Hero song. So those are all the links I'd like to share with you. So now let's find somebody to raid. Yeah, I rarely stream on a Tuesday, especially in the daytime, especially into the evening. So yeah, this is new for me. So yeah, I have no idea who would be on right now. Um, really have no idea who would be on because I rarely stream on Tuesdays. So oh, uh, okay, I know her right now. Like she's in the Cantina Crew Discord. What's she playing? She's playing Layers of Fear. So we'll see what that sounds like a horror game. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, and her username is AmityB. I think we rated her once. Uh, I was whenever I, yeah, I think we rated her once. Streaming at nighttime. Um, I finished at 1 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, this is definitely gonna be a lot different. Reading her um her in the daytime. Well, in the evening for us. Okay, so I did spell the username right. So before I make this straight official, thank you everybody for coming in today. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you to uh, Boy Boyson 300 for the follow. Thank you to Pia for the raid. Even though I was away for my lunch break, I really appreciate the raid. Uh, hopefully, when you're if you come by this, hopefully next time you come by the stream, I'm actually gonna be at the computer instead of away for lunch. Uh, but yeah, I really appreciate the raid. Thank you for that. So next stream, it'll depend. It will be a gaming stream. It'll depend on when I finish with these photos, though. If I finish the photos like tomorrow or Thursday, then the next stream will most likely be Friday uh, uh, for Simulation Day, and I'll be playing The Sims 1. If I finish a little bit more quickly, like I finish the photos tomorrow, then I'll see if I can do the stream on Thursday during the daytime. And it would be a sports game, and I'd be playing Outlaw Volleyball for the original Xbox. So yeah, finally bringing out the volleyball game. Um, Either way, yeah, the next stream is going to be a daytime stream. It's going to be start time between 1:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. Mountain Time. Uh, I don't know. I just don't know which day it's going to be. If on the off chance it ends up being Sunday, then finally it would be that Cossacks 2 game. The next stream. That I, don't know exactly which day it's going to be. It's going to be dependent on when I finish up with these photos. So regardless of when the next stream is, hopefully you'll be able to see you all there. So let me make this right official. Oh, we have somebody else joining the raid. I really appreciate that. Okay, so it looks like we have everybody in here, so I'll quickly wrap this up for the raid. Thank you again, everybody, for coming in today. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Boyson300 for the follow. Thank you to Pia for the raid. It's too bad I was on my lunch break, uh, but I really appreciate that raid. Hopefully, next time I'll actually be at the computer when you come by the stream. And so next stream is going to be. Uh, it'll depend on when the photos are done. If it happens to be Thursday or Friday, Thursday it would be Outlaw Volleyball. Friday it would be Sims 1. If it happens to be Sunday, it would be that Cossacks 2 game. Regardless of when the next stream is, it's going to be daytime stream. Start time between 1:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. Mountain Time. So hopefully we'll be able to see you all there. So now let's say hi to Amity B.